John, let me warn you. It's bad. Real bad. It's Hickman.
Hickman? Bob Hickman?
He's been badly mutilated, John. Tortured, really.
My God, Sam. Has Bob's wife, Catherine, been informed?
When the call came in, I was told Hickman's captain was headed to their house. They have a little girl, don't they?
Yeah, Valerie. Her name is Valerie.
Look, John, I know you and Bob went back a long way.
A long way? Hell, Sam, Bob and I went through the academy together. We shared a ride for 5 years. I'm that little girl's godfather. Sam, Bob was my best friend. Yeah, you could say we went back a long way.
I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, I'm sorry too. Sorry the city is so full of dirtbags, creeps, and losers. Bob was a great guy, Sam. A great cop. Who the hell would do this to him? What the hell was he doing out there?
I don't know, John. It's your job to find out. My job is to pick up the body and find the cause of death.
The tortured and tormented body of Bob Hickman, LAPD, lies lifeless among the alley debris. An obvious case of felonious homicide. Detective, what are you searching for? There is no need for banner tape at this time, Carey.
Detective Carey, have you found evidence you need recorded?
The tortured and tormented... Detective, this cigarette could be evidence. Carey, rechalking is unnecessary.
Detective Carey, have you found evidence you need recorded?
Carey, rechalk... A gruesome sight. Contusions and burn marks appear on Hickman's abused body. Recording information at the crime scene ensures accurate reports later. No amount of money can bring your friend back to life. Identifying yourself to a corpse is unnecessary. Careful, Carey. There could be fingerprints on that holster. You don't need those, Carey. You're not to touch the body.
Chester, take over on the evidence.
Yes, Detective.
Graffiti is often left behind by gangs. Recording the symbol could prove useful. The body of a young boy lies strewn in the dumpster. Recording information at the crime scene ensures accurate reports later.
John, have you found something? John, have you found something?
The child does not need those gloves, Detective.
John, have you found something?
Sam, we're gonna need another ambulance. There's a body of a young boy in the dumpster.
We'll get another car here, John.
Officer Woodbury, when we're finished here, I want the neighborhood canvassed to see if anyone's missing a child, but has not reported it yet.
Yes, sir.
Sir, did you see any unusual activity or unfamiliar cars in the neighborhood?
I hear shots. Fast. Like pop, 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 pop.
What time might you have heard these shots, sir?
It pop, 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 pop. I just hear them shots. I was scared.
Any other information you could give me, sir?
Pop, pop, pop. I know this sound. It's killing the children.
I'm Detective Carey, Major Crimes, Homicide, LAPD. I'd like to ask you a question or two.
Whatever, man. I'm just hanging.
Let's start with your name. What is it, and do you live in the neighborhood, or are you just visiting?
Man, this be my hood. I be Raymond Jones III.
Well, Raymond, if this is your neighborhood, then you must know what goes on around here. What happened here tonight? You see anything unusual? Maybe a different car or some folks from another neighborhood?
Ain't seen nor heard nothing. And just out for some fresh L.A. air.
So, Mr. Jones, what you're telling me is you don't have anything to tell me. Is that correct?
That's straight up. Ain't seen nothing, done nothing, know nothing.
So, Mr. Jones, what you're telling...
That's straight...
The tortured and the putty knife is made in the USA. Department issued 9-volt anodized aluminum flashlight. 24-inch pry bar, very handy. Detective, this cigarette could...
Hello, Chester. Thanks for coming out.
Sure, Detective.
Chester, take over on the evidence.
Yes, Detective.
Graffiti is... Detective... The young man's interest appears a bit suspicious. Always record your gut feelings. Sometimes this job is pure instincts. The body of a... Recording bullet wounds puncture the boy's body. He looks no more than 6 or 7 years of age. Detective...
John.
Recording information...
Sam,
We'll get another...
He's just a child, Sam. What's happening on our streets?
It's a sad state of affairs, John. It's situations like this, a child victimized by violence, that makes it tough to do this job.
Sam, do you have a preliminary finding on Hickman's cause of death?
It's hard to say, John. There are no evident bullet wounds. There are cervical contusions, possibly asphyxiation. There's no unusual sputum, so it's difficult to think poisoning, but I'm not ruling anything out. Whoever did this was definitely non-compos mentis. By the way, notice that the index finger on the right hand is missing.
The tortured and... a gruesome sight.
What else can you tell me, Sam?
Until we autopsy, we won't know much more. To make any further comments would be pure conjecture on my part.
What else can you tell me, Sam?
Until we
It looks like it's going to be a busy night for you, Chester.
Unfortunately, our streets are being taken over by violence. Innocent people being killed. It's uncivilized, sir.
Chester, take over on the evidence.
Yes, Detective. Whenever you're ready, fellas, I'm finished.
John, we can handle it from here. Stop by tomorrow for the autopsy. We'll know more then.
Harry Hickman's death isn't just your personal tragedy. It's a tragedy for the entire force. We've lost a friend, a father, and one damn good cop. As you know, you've been assigned the lead investigator on this case, and I'm going to be looking to you for answers. I'm going to ask you to put aside your personal feelings and deal with this investigation in a professional manner. If you don't think you're up to it, I want to know now. Neither you, the public, nor the department can withstand not knowing the truth. I want you to comb that neighborhood. I want every rock turned over and every person interviewed. Remember, Hickman was not the only fatality tonight. The family of that boy is grieving also.
Yes, sir.
For your information, the boy has been identified as Bobby Washington. As for Hickman, I think there is something you should know. Maybe you already do. But here it is straight. Hickman's lieutenant, Jim Varaz, informed me that Hickman was having trouble with stress, trouble at home. Varaz told me that Hickman had been in a fragile mindset, that working undercover was getting to him. You know, the violence of the streets can get to anyone. I'm not knocking Hickman. I just want you to know how the department viewed his current capacity. Okay, Carey, you know what you need to do. Go out there and do it. Find who killed Hickman. Find who killed the Washington youth. Any questions?
No, Lieutenant.
All right, then. Get to work. And, Carey, when you see Catherine, please extend my deepest sympathies.
What is it you're trying to say?
Lieutenant,
Carey, you have your assignment. Go out and find yourself a killer. Time's a-wasting, Carey.
Too bad about Hickman, Junior. Guess this hit you pretty hard, huh? Well, hell, don't let it. Damn scumbags out there. They're just goddamn lucky I'm a desk jockey. If I was on the street, I'd whip their collective disrespectful butts. You know, Junior, this case is gonna generate a lot of paperwork, a lot of calling. You're just goddamn lucky you got me as your partner in this one. Damn lucky.
Hal, do you always have to be so obnoxious?
Hell, Junior, I'm on my third wife. Been 25 years on the force, seen things no man should have to. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess you're right, Hal. Hal, do you always...
Hell, Junior, I'm on my...
Yeah, Hal, the lieutenant was pretty direct about the paperwork on this case.
Hell, Junior, I already got our murder book set up. I might be afflicted with this damn diabetes, but I ain't lame. You just make sure you do your part. You're the one needing to write up the damn reports. I just gotta file them.
It's your very own desk. It's your very own homemade placeholder with your name on it. The calendar on this blotter is so old, you don't remember the last time you changed it, huh, Carey? Alley crime scene log. Alley crime scene log prepared by Officer Woodbury. No need to straighten up your desk. It'll just get messy again. You take a 3.14 follow-up report form out of your desk drawer. Your report can fit on the form you already have. Alley Crimes Departmental Follow-Up Form 3. The photograph taken of you and Hickman at the lake, the time you caught the big one. The photograph taken...
Crash unit, Barnes speaking.
Hello, this is Detective Carey over at Major Crimes, Homicide. Is Lieutenant Varese there?
No, he's out in the field. How about I tell him you called?
That would be fine, thank you.
No need to straighten up your desk. It'll just get messy again. Departmental Follow-Up Form 3.1. Standard weight. You write up a 3.14 documenting the incidents relating to the alley. The 3.14 is already completed. A more
Here you go, Hal.
Sure, Junior.
It's your very own. You take a 3.14 follow-up report form out of your desk drawer. No need to keep your hand. No need to. Your action is unwarranted. What you see is what you get, Carey. You call the elevator.
Hey!
You select... You drop 65 cents into the slot. Getting candy out of a machine is a little like winning a prize. If you want to... Carey, you can't afford the calories. Think healthy. Dare to keep kids off drugs.
Hello, Bill.
How's it going, Detective?
How about them Raiders?
Love that team, Detective.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Detective.
How's the family?
I really don't know, Detective. I've been working a lot lately.
Hey, Bill, seen any good movies lately?
Well, Detective, I haven't seen any new releases. The wife and I are mostly renting videos and catching up on the summer movies we missed.
What's new, Bill?
Well, Detective, the wife and I are planning a vacation in Paris. I love French food.
You're looking healthy these days, Bill. You working out?
Well, Detective, I try, but you know it's hard to get to the gym every day, between work and family.
What's new, Bill?
Well, Detective, the wife and I are planning a vacation in Paris. I love French food.
Detective Carey, would you care to make a statement concerning the murder of Officer Hickman? What do you think you're doing? Hey! The physical abuse I have just experienced at the hands of Detective Carey is consistent with the treatment I've received from this entire department in trying to report the story. As a reporter and citizen of this city, I fear for our First Amendment rights. I'm Christy Bilden, reporting for KKAT.
Entering the morgue always provides a sense of anticipation.
Hi, Detective Carey.
Hello, Sherry. I'd like to see Deputy Nobles. Is he available?
Show me your badge. You can go on in, Detective Carey.
Hello, Detective Carey. You know why Sam hates playing cards with dead bodies?
I don't know.
Because they have perfect poker faces. Go right in, Detective. What do you call two guys with no arms and no legs hanging in a window?
I don't know.
Curtain rod.
Hello, John.
There's not much left to say.
Hello, Sam. I'd like to ask you a few questions, Sam. You got a minute?
You bet, John. Fire away.
Sam, what can you tell me about the youth?
Exactly what would you like to know, John?
The boy's identification? Confirmed, and if so, by whom?
The Lucky Mini Mart owner confirmed the body as Bobby Washington, a local neighborhood boy.
Has the boy's family been notified?
Yes, and as I am sure you can imagine, the mother is near hysterics. Her name is Bernadette Washington, and she lives around the corner from the alley. The poor woman is so upset she can't yet bring herself to come down and claim the body, or the few small trinkets we found on the boy.
Sam, do you have a preliminary on the boy's cause of death?
I counted 17 points of entry, John. The boy was mowed down, execution style. Cause of death? Gang violence, if you want a personal opinion. Professional opinion? The youth was killed by gunshot wounds to the head and body.
Has the boy's autopsy been performed yet?
Yes, it was, John. I was able to pull 3 slugs out of the body. They look like 9mm. I've sent them over to SID for a ballistics check. The body is in cold storage, waiting for the family.
You notate the state of affairs. Sam Nobles is a walking encyclopedia of information. Rather grabby, aren't you? Rather grabby. Rather grab. Since when do you know anything about plumbing? Leave the chemicals to the pros.
Sam, what can you tell me about the youth?
Exactly what would you like to know, John?
Sam, what can you tell me about Bob?
Why don't you begin at the beginning and begin by asking me the specifics? That way...
You pick up Bobby Washington's personal belongings envelope. You pick up Hickman's personal belongings envelope. Bob Hickman's personal belongings envelope from the coroner's office. The weight of the envelope indicates there are many items within. The envelope feels as though there is not much in it. Bobby Washington's personal belongings envelope released from the county coroner's office.
Do you know why the mechanic didn't buy the battery?
I don't know.
Because he got sticker shock. See ya, Detective.
Goodbye, and have a nice day, Detective Carey.
Leaving. Once again, you've forgotten to lock it. It's open. Once again, it's your... Leaving. Where are you? It's... Leaving. 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 Entering the
Hi, Detective. Detective Carey. No time to face Deputy Noble. Detective Carey.
Your key unlocks the trunk. There is no... Detective, what are you... Detective? Once again, you've forgotten to lock it. Leaving. 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 Don't mess with the sign, Carey. It ain't your job. You turn the knob and open the door, Detective.
Howdy, partner. You're here mighty early. Ain't scheduled to qualify till Wednesday. You planning on a little practice shooting today?
How are you, Bert?
Well, cowboy, I ain't complaining. Life's good.
What's new, Bert?
Well, not much, partner. Y'all come down once a month. Seems everything's pretty much the same as last time. Feeling kind of chatty there, partner? You ought to think about getting yourself a filly. Hey there, partner. What you reaching for? Hey there, partner. Hey there, partner.
You fill the form out according to department specifications. Qualification Form 13.5
Filled out and ready to go, Bert.
Thank you, partner. City ain't rich, partner. Pony up. Ammo costs more than a few pennies, unless, of course, you do your own reloading. Thank you, partner.
You pick up the headgear. Detective, it's not necessary to wear your headgear.
Officers, take your field positions, please. Officers, headgear on. All firearms to low ready.
No need to reload. Your Beretta 92F is fully loaded.
Phase 1 to low ready. Ready on the right, ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 2. Phase 2. Ready on the right, ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 3. Officers, reload.
You load your Beretta. No need to reload.
Phase 3. Ready on the right, ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 4.
You load your Beretta.
Phase 4. Ready on the right, ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 5. Officers, reload.
You load your Beretta.
Phase 5. Ready on the right, ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 6.
You load your Beretta.
Phase 6. Ready on the right, ready on the left. Attention. Holster all firearms.
Fuller looks very intent on what he's doing. Better not disturb him. Fuller looks very...
That there was some shooting, cowboy.
How are you, Bert?
Well, cowboy, I ain't complaining. Life's good.
Detective, to whom do you wish to speak?
Thank you, partner.
Knocking seems less intrusive than ringing the doorbell. What a cute kid Valerie is.
Hi, Valerie. How you doing?
Hi, Uncle John. You want to come in? Mom, Uncle John's here.
It appears to be Bob's personal items from work. Carey, that box does not belong to you. Leave it alone. The cushions are...
Hi, John. Thanks for coming over.
How are you, Catherine?
I don't know. I can't believe this has happened. It's like a nightmare. I keep hoping I'll wake up and Bob will be alive.
Catherine, I've been assigned lead investigator on this case. I need to ask you some questions. Are you feeling up to it?
I suppose so, John. I just can't believe this is happening. I don't know what to do.
Catherine, these are Bob's personal effects. They were released by the deputy coroner.
Thank you, John. Is his wedding band included?
I didn't open it, Catherine. I don't know.
John, this was Bob's Kevlar vest. I'd like you to have it. Maybe it will keep you safe.
Thank you, Catherine. That's a nice dress you're wearing, Valerie.
Thanks, Uncle John. It's okay.
Catherine, can you tell me what was going on with Bob? What stress was he feeling? Was it strictly work-related?
He would tell me that he couldn't stand to see the little children and the innocent families hurt by all the street violence. He was beginning to hate the gangs. He was having a hard time staying impartial.
Catherine, the department is aware of the fact that Bob was taking sedatives.
John, how could you say that about Bob? I'm sorry, I can't talk about this right now.
Valerie, do you understand what's happened?
I think so. Mommy says Daddy's in heaven and he's not coming home anymore.
You know, Val, that you always have your Uncle John if you need anything, right? Valerie, can you remember anything that happened the night your dad went out and didn't come home?
Well, my Mommy and Daddy were fighting about his work coming home.
Was your dad bringing a lot of work home, Val?
I don't know. He always kept it in the closet.
That's a nice dress you're wearing, Val.
Thanks, Uncle
Reaching into the pocket, you discover a prescription bottle. Reaching into the pocket, you discover pocket lint. Reaching into the pocket, you discover pocket lint. Reaching into the pocket, you discover pocket lint. Bob Hickman's prescribed sedatives.
That's a nice dress you're...
Leave that, Carey.
Bye, Uncle John.
The dumpster now sports a lock. It can't be opened. No treasure here. The graffiti looks familiar. Maybe you ought to take a closer look, Detective. Recognizing the graffiti, you make a notation. This information has already been notated. Carey, be more specific. You loosen the slug from the wall. DARE, Drug Abuse Resistance Education, founded in 1983.
I'd like to ask you fellas a couple of questions.
Yo, baby, who be you? Ooh, the man. He's got his credentials. I ain't seen no brass come around here. You want to be showing me something, baby? I'll be talking.
I'm Detective Carey, LAPD, Homicide. I'd like to ask you fellas a couple of questions.
You be the man. Ask away.
The surface. The graffiti look, you loosen the slug, be more careful, be more specific, You lose. Carry. You loosen. You lose. Be more specific. You lose. Deformed 9mm slugs taken. Be detective. Be more. The evidence. Be more specific. Detect the evidence. Be the evidence. Be the evidence. Carry. Be.
I'd like to ask you fellas a couple of questions.
You be the man. Ask away.
Last night there was a double murder, a police officer and a neighborhood boy, Bobby Washington. Do you know anything that might help us solve what happened to them?
I be knowing nothing. That couple? What do you be doing down here anyway?
Did you know Bobby Washington?
Gee, yeah, that little man was okay. He always be saying he gonna grow up and be the next Dave Stewart.
You a big baseball fan? I see you've got a baseball.
Yeah, baby. I like all them sports. This here ball, I find it. Find it in the field. What's lost is now mine.
If you can think of anything that might help us, why don't you give me a call down at Parker Center? Just ask for Robbery Homicide Detective Carey. You never know when I might be able to repay the favor.
I be hearing you, baby. Yo, I be fly today. Never know when I'm gonna know something that can help.
What's your name, young man?
Emo Jones.
Do you live in the neighborhood, Emo? You have an address, maybe a phone number?
Yeah, I live here. 162 South Florence. No phone.
Are you interested in talking?
Shit, man, I got nothing to say.
Are you interested in talking?
What would you like to notate? Recording information twice is unnecessary. What is...
Talk is, you're a cop. And cops are bad for my business. My advice to you, keep moving.
It's your wallet. The situation does not call for added protection. The door is locked up tight.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, okay, sure. Got some spare change a fella can have?
I'm Detective Carey, LAPD. I saw you last night in the alley.
Got some spare change a fella can have? Got some spare change.
You were in the alley last night. I thought you might be able to tell me what you know about the murders.
It's just popping sound. You know, I don't know.
Can you recall any unusual activity in the neighborhood last night? Any arguments or unfamiliar people?
The cop was... he was dead.
Could you be more explicit, sir?
I didn't, got some spare change a fella can have.
Sir?
Yeah? Yeah, what? Got...
Sir?
Yeah? God bless you.
Sir?
Yeah? Yeah, what?
Even the smallest detail can have meaning. Even the smallest detail can have meaning. What?
Excuse me, I'd like to talk to you.
Chill, 5-0. I'm conducting business.
I'm Detective Carey with the LAPD.
Everybody know who you are. You big cop. Bring big trouble.
Detective Carey, would you care to make a comment on Officer Hickman's murder?
No comment.
What are you doing? Hey!
Not too smart, big policeman. You push go on TV.
Oh, it wasn't like that. You see, she...
Yeah, you say for others. I see TV. I see you in neighborhood last night. You not come but for a dead cop.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay, you ask.
You said you saw me last night. Did you happen to see anything else? Anything out of the ordinary, such as different people or cars in the neighborhood?
I already told police all I know.
Well, if you think of anything, I'd appreciate hearing from you. Just call me at Parker Center. Ask for Robbery Homicide Detective Carey.
What you see is what you get, kid. These small stores often exploit the poor by selling cheap liquor. Unfortunately, it's not illegal.
By the way, Miss Chi, did you know Bobby Washington?
He was good boy. Always helped me for free. He good boy. He try and stay away from gangs. No trouble. Bobby good boy. What to tell? Boy's either good or bad. Good boy.
I was wondering if you'd remembered anything more about last night's events?
I run business. No time to run around and do your job too. You want to buy something?
I was wondering if you'd remembered anything more about last night's events?
I run business. I know you a cop.
The counter is grimy. It could use a good cleaning. The counter is Carey, you have no time. That's better left alone. Detective, a stiff... Amico Industrial Strength Glue. Fresh fruit is a rarity in these small convenience stores.
You smart. You know a good buy when you see it. You shop here again.
Eat those and your cholesterol count would go through the roof, Detective. What is it you wish to notate? What is it you...
Hello.
Apparently she's been taught not to talk to strangers.
I'm a police officer. My name is Detective Carey. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Lysandra.
Do you know your last name?
Uh-huh. Washington.
Can you tell me where you live?
I don't know. I live down the street.
How are you today? Taking your doll out for a walk?
Me and my dolly are having a tea party.
So it's tea time.
We don't have real tea and cookies. We're pretending.
Hello, Lysandra.
Hi. I'm pretending I'm a mommy.
Would you and your doll like an apple?
Thank you.
Hello,
We don't like strangers around here, mister. Get lost or I'll call the cops.
I'm Detective Carey, LAPD, Homicide. May I have a moment of your time?
Yes, Detective, what is it?
Mrs. Washington, I have reason to believe that a young man by the name of Ragtop Spiff might be involved with your son's murder. Does his name sound familiar?
That would be Raymond Jones. Anyone would hurt my child, it would be him. He's always showing off some gun and bragging about big money.
Mrs. Washington, if there's anything the department or I can do, please call.
There's nothing anybody can do. Nobody can bring my son home.
Refrain from taking notes at this time. The situation is sensitive and you wouldn't want to alienate Mrs. Washington.
Mrs. Washington, these are the items found on Bobby's person the night he was killed. I'm so sorry, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mrs. Washington, can you tell me when you last saw Bobby? Was he with friends? Did he tell you where he was going?
He was heading out to play ball. He loved baseball. He always told me he was going to make me proud. He was going to be in the major league. He was a good boy, Detective. Never caused me any trouble. He was the man around this house. He was my little man.
Mrs. Washington, what time of day did you last see Bob?
He left the house after dinner, maybe around 6:30. Headed over to the field to play ball. Was always over there practicing his pitching.
Mrs. Washington, what can you tell me about gang activity in your neighborhood?
I don't want to end up dead like my son, Detective. I've got a little girl who needs me. If you want to find out about the gangs around here, why don't you ask around to some of the young men? Not all our boys want to be part of a gang. Maybe one of them will talk to you.
Mrs. Washington, is there anything the department can do for you?
You can find who killed my son. You can make these streets safe for the children.
Hello, Lysandra.
Hi.
Your action is... These are your keys. What do you think you're doing? These are your keys.
Hey, Bill, how you doing?
Fine, Detective. Just doing my job. Halt! No entrance without proper identification. That'll get you in, but you won't be able to move around without your ID. So...
Detective, wearing your badge exposed can intimidate the general public. You attach your Parker Center ID to your suit. You drop 65 cents into the slot. Damn, the candy bar is stuck. You press the button to call the elevator. You select the basement as your destination. If you want to talk to Chester, get a little closer.
Hello, Detective. How can I help you?
Hello, Chester. What about fibers found on either of the bodies, Chester?
We're running the standard tests. Looks mostly like dirt from the alley. We'll know more a little later.
What have you been able to establish with the cigarette found in the alley, Chester?
We're in luck there, Detective. Upon testing the lipstick, we found traces of DNA. We're following through on that with additional testing. Find another cigarette with the same lipstick and maybe we'll have our killer.
Chester, have you processed Hickman's body fluids?
They're in the process, Detective. We don't have any results back yet.
Chester, have you begun ballistics testing on the slugs taken out of the Washington youth?
Yes, Detective. As a matter of fact, Hickman's service piece is on record. I'm running a match test.
Chester, I pulled these from a cinder block wall not far from the alley in the 77th Street area. I'd like ballistics run on them.
I'd like to comply, Detective. However, they need to be processed first. Take them to Teddy with the appropriate paperwork and I'll get right on it.
Chester, I found these at Hickman's. Apparently he was taking them regularly. Could he have overdosed on these things?
Detective, these are Valium, 5 milligrams. Hickman weighed, what would you say, 170 pounds? Hickman would have to have taken what's left in this bottle and coupled it with something else to have killed himself. No, these didn't have anything to do with his death.
Chester, I'd like you to take a look at this and see if you can match it to the glue found in Hickman's eyes. I purchased it in the neighborhood where Hickman was found. I know it's a long shot.
Hold on, Detective. I only need a sample. See you later, Detective Carey.
Pressing the button, you call the elevator. What? You select the fourth.
Hello, Detective. Nice to see you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Teddy.
Detective Carey, how would you like these handled?
I'd like a ballistics check run on them.
I'll write up the paperwork for the ballistics test. Then they'll be shelf-stored if you need them in the future for trial, sir. I'll have this filled out in a second, sir.
Yep, feels like Parker Center.
What do you think of the Raiders this year?
They should go back to Oakland.
Teddy, what was the strangest thing ever brought through here?
That would be hard to say, sir. We've had teeth, eyeballs, false and otherwise. We've probably seen just about everything you can imagine and then some.
How are things going, Teddy?
Pretty good, Detective. Went fishing last week. Got skunked.
How's the property business, Teddy?
Busier than ever, Detective. The amount of crime is unbelievable these days. Good news is, our recovery and arrest rate is high, or I wouldn't be so busy.
How are things going, Teddy?
Pretty good, Detective. Went fishing last week.
Pressing the button, you call the elevator. You select the third. Hey, it's your very own...
Hello, Robbery Homicide. This is Detective Carey. May I help you?
Yo, baby, what's up? Be emo. You be wanting a piece of the straight action, huh? I got the news for you. I know some straight-up talk. Yo, baby, yo, you hear me talking?
Yes, Emo, I'm here. Are you telling me that you have information concerning last night's murders?
Straight up, baby. I'll be waiting by the field if you be interested.
Your alley crime scene. Departmental follow-up form 3.14.
Here you go, Hal.
Sure, Junior. Look, Junior, I'm not gonna do all of the paperwork.
Hal, here's the Hickman crime scene log. It was prepared by Officer Woodbury from the 77th.
Hey, you're damn lucky you got me taking care of this book, Junior. Damn lucky.
The man is conducting a telephone interview. Don't bother him. You call the elevator. You select the lobby. To attempt to enter your vehicle and drive away will surely result in death. Take cover and defend your position. You're hit. Lucky it's only a graze.
Police!
That should provide some protection. You're hit. You're hit. The situation does not call for added protection. That should provide some protection. You're hit. Luck. You're hit. You're hit. You're hit. That should provide some protection. You can't reach your trunk from here.
Police!
Detective, what are you searching for? The shotgun is locked. Your keys. You're gonna lock them in your trunk. Hey, watch it. You unlocked the shotgun, Carey. Carey, your trunk carries the tools of your trade. Detective, what? There is no need to reload your shotgun. You're hit. You're hit. You're hit. Thanks, survival. You're hit. Lucky. That should You're hit. You unlock. Detective. Detective. You're hit. You're hit.
So what's it gonna be, Carey? You gonna act like a pro or a spoiled brat? Have I made a mistake in assigning you a lead investigator on this case?
No, sir, I'll
have you know I've had dozens of calls this morning on you shoving that reporter yesterday. Everybody in town, from the chief to the mayor to outraged Joe citizen, saw you push her. Damn, you were all over the news.
Lieutenant, it wasn't...
Besides you appearing uncooperative, you were downright politically incorrect. You shove one more reporter and the department's going to get slapped with a civil suit. Shoving anybody else, and I'm going to give you the boot myself.
Lieutenant, I'd like to explain.
Then there's the small issue of last night's events, Carey. Would you mind telling me what you were doing in the middle of a crash sting operation?
Sir, I received a telephone call from a possible informant. I set up a meeting. I walked into an ambush.
So it would seem, Carey, so it would seem. However, your tete-a-tete cost the department thousands of dollars and months of work. Crash has been undercover for months on that operation. They were a fly's hair away from busting a gun-running ring wide open. With your help, the only catch they made was that local punk, Spiff. Luckily for you, your informant, what's his name, Emo? What kind of name is that? Has turned into a little songbird. Emo's sitting pretty in the hospital, singing how Spiff's the one who killed the Washington boy. Emo contends that Spiff wanted the boy to deliver guns to gang members, and he wouldn't do it. The only redeeming aspect of this whole affair is that Hickman's gun was found in Spiff's apartment when they entered under warrant. SID is running ballistics on Spiff's gun to see if they match the slugs taken from the dead boy. And speaking of SID, they've run ballistics on your firearms, and they're ready to be picked up. The police commission's going to want to know where and into whom your bullets went last night. These tests are vital. Check with Chester before you head out.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Sir, it would appear to me that if Spiff is found to be connected to the Washington boy's murder, might not he also be connected to Bob's?
It doesn't work that way, Carey. While you were out being a cowboy, another body showed. The MO is similar, very similar. Again, it's one of our own. His name is Rene Garcia, worked out of Hollenbeck. Garcia's body was found on the front lawn of a singer. What do they call those guys? Rappers? By the name of Yo Money. Must be some big star. I'm getting static from upstairs. Anyways, Garcia was found by this money man's bodyguard. He was walking a lady to her car that had been there for a party about 4 a.m. I want you to get over there and see what's going on. And remember, Carey, no cowboy tricks. Just try and be nice, okay?
Yeah? You can just drop dead. Goddamn broads. Hey, Junior, that was quite a shootout last night. Heard all about it. You're goddamn lucky one of those punks didn't blow your head off. I want you to listen up, Junior. Playing cowboy only takes you so far in this damn job. If you want to make it as long as I have, you're gonna have to curb your appetite for action. You hear me, Junior? You're just goddamn lucky you weren't killed.
It's your very own debt. Your report can fit on the form you already have. Those two items. You complete a 3.14 documenting the gunfight and the players involved in the ambush. Hal's busy on the telephone, Carey. Get back to him later. Hal appears immersed in his work. Better leave him be. It's your very... You call the elevator. You select the...
Hello, Detective. Here to pick up your firearms? They're all ready.
Thanks, Chester. I appreciate it.
You know, Detective, Nobles and I are heading over to the shortstop tonight for a beer. Would you care to join us?
Are you asking me out on a date, Chester?
Not in your wildest dreams, Detective.
Were you able to find anything out about the glue you sampled?
Yes, Detective. It is an industrial-strength glue which shares properties with the glue found on Hickman's eyes. The problem with tracing the glue is that it's sold all over the city, not just where you found it. We use the same brand here at Parker Center.
Chester, have you processed Garcia's body fluids?
They're in the process, Detective. We don't have any results back yet.
Chester, are you running ballistics on Spiff's gun?
Yes, I am. It looks promising as it's a 9mm and it has a high-capacity magazine.
What did you discover about the spent ammo I turned into property yesterday, Chester?
They match the slugs taken out of the Washington youth. They don't match with Hickman's ballistics test on file. Don't forget the shortstop tonight, Detective.
Pressing the button, you call the elevator. You select the line.
Hello, Bill.
How's it going, Detective?
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Detective.
How's the family?
I really don't know, Detective.
The body outline of Officer Rene Garcia. A 1989 Lamborghini Countach, the 25th anniversary model. The car is impressive, Detective, but no need to notate its presence. Notating the crime scene's relationship to the house could prove important later. What? Indigenous plants decorate the well-tended flower bed. Indigenous. Get close to nature, Carey. Don't destroy it. What about the flower bed deserves no... Detective, it would be premature to notate this in relation to your case. The construction is solid. What else would you expect with a house like this?
Yeah? What do you want?
Hello, I'm Detective Carey, Homicide LAPD. I'd like to speak with Yo Money. Is he available?
You want to talk to Yo Money? Yeah. but so would half the world. You got anything to back up your claim? No?
Is Yo Money available? I need to speak with him.
Come on in. Yo Money's been wanting to talk to you cops.
Well, look who's here, our representative from the police department. It's about time you got here. Have you seen the mess out in our lawn? Do you have any idea what kind of field day the press is having with this? Do you have any idea what this is doing to record sales? A dead cop on our lawn. What the hell are you doing about it? I think you people planted that dead cop on our lawn. Probably knew something he shouldn't. And what better way to diffuse attention than to dump him on the lawn of a controversial rapper? This is such bullshit. I want that yellow tape off our lawn immediately. I want the persons responsible to own up. If this screws sales on Money's record, I swear I'll make sure some butt is tearing.
Do you recognize this shoe? I found it in the flower bed out front.
What are you saying? I'm some kind of cheap cow? Where do you get off?
No, I didn't mean to insult you. I found this in close proximity to where the body was found.
Well, it's not mine. I wouldn't wear such a cheap piece of trash. If you're gonna insult me, you better leave now. Hello? What do you want? Knock this crap off.
People are watching.
Hello?
Menthol garden cigarette taken from the ashtray at Yo Money's house. Those two items don't...
I couldn't help but notice the unwanted phone call.
This is personal business. We don't need your intervention.
I'm Detective John Carey, LAPD Homicide.
Yo, what's up?
Money, that phone call.
It's under control. Just some unfinished business, that's all, man.
Money, who discovered Officer Garcia?
Yo, my man, he was just there. Who knows? We all found him. Danny D saw him. I saw him. He was just there, man.
Money, the body was found around 4 or 5 a.m. Had you been out the evening before, or were you home?
At a house party. Some girls in, you know, a little party.
Were you familiar with all the guests, or were there people here you didn't know?
Yo, I don't take the strangers, man. We had some girls in, for my bros. A little entertainment. Me and Nicolette, we was mostly upstairs. The party, one of those perks of working for me.
Yeah? I told you to quit Listen, do you understand her? You quit calling us, you foul-mouthed piece of crap. Oh yeah? Well, go to hell. Go to hell.
Money, that phone call.
It's under control. Just some unfinished business, that's all, man.
Money, your music is controversial. Do you know of anyone who would want to harm your reputation further?
Shit, man. Everybody's got enemies. Ain't no different with me.
Well, have you recently experienced any problems through the mail, telephone call?
There's this Nazi dude. Doesn't like to see a brother doing well. Sends me shit in the mail, a real asshole. His name is Walker. Dennis Walker.
What can you tell me about this Dennis Walker?
He's a racist asshole. For a while, he was driving by, hollering shit at my house. I got a restraining order. I still get shit in the mail. Ends up in the trash. Yo, man, he was arrested for trespassing on my property a while ago. Shit, he's a boil on a pig's butt. Oh, sorry, man. No insult intended.
What is it you're trying...
I couldn't help but notice the unwanted phone call.
This is personal business. We don't need your intervention. Yeah? How many times... Listen, you piece of crap. We will track you down, find you, and prosecute you. Do you understand? What you're doing is illegal. No, you listen to me. Shut up. Shut your filthy mouth. Listen, we don't have to take this. In America, there are laws against what you're doing. Do you think attacking people is a way to make yourself bigger or stronger? You got a lot of problems.
Later, man. I got business to tend to.
I couldn't help but notice the...
This is personal business.
Money, that phone call.
It's under control.
Detective, you're not here to watch TV. A 27-inch Sony. Indigenous plants deck... Entering the morgue always provides a sense of anticipation.
Hi, Detective Carey. No time to say hello, Detective Carey? Wow, you must be real busy. You can go on in, Detective Carey.
Hello, Detective Carey. Why did the psychiatrist's mechanic have a bad day?
I don't know.
Because he had a screw loose. Go right in, Detective.
You don't work here and be...
Hello, John. John, why don't you join Chester and me at the shortstop tonight? I'll buy you a cold one. You look like you could use it.
Thanks, Sam. It sounds good. I'll try and make it. Sam, what can you tell me about Garcia?
Just about anything you want to know pertaining to how he was killed. The who and the why are up to you.
Has the autopsy been performed?
Yes, it has, John. Garcia was tortured the same as Hickman. Injection marks in the upper left arm, irregular cigarette burns to the face and upper torso, missing extremities, this time toes, glued orifice, this time the mouth, and a ruptured gastrointestinal lining.
In your opinion, Sam, what's the cause of death?
I have to believe it's poison, although there are none of the telltale signs one expects to find, such as colored sputum, vomit, or odor. We might be dealing with something we do not yet have a test for.
Was there lividity on Garcia?
Yes, once again, there was primary and secondary lividity. Primary was located on the buttocks, secondary on the upper back and shoulders. I would venture to say that Garcia was tortured and killed while sitting up, left for a while, and then moved.
Sam, what are the distinguishing physical marks?
The body had restraint marks on the wrists and ankles. I was able to lift fibers from these areas. I sent them over to SID for analysis. There were bruises behind the shoulder blades that lead me to believe Garcia's arms were tied over his head.
How about a toxicology report, Sam?
Body fluids were taken and sent to SID. They're running every poison test known to the scientific community.
The burn marks, they're consistent with a cigarette burn?
Yes, I was able to lift ash samples out of the burned skin. I sent them to SID for analysis.
What about fibers or hairs, Sam?
As with Hickman, there were fibers at restraint points. However, I found additional fibers and ash in the hair. The fibers were red, and I would venture to say the ash came from cigarettes. Both samples have been sent to SID for analysis.
Is there anything else, Sam?
Well, yes. Neither Hickman nor Garcia had food residue left in what once was their stomachs. That's rare. There's almost always residue. I might mention to you that Garcia's mother came down to claim the body and pick up any personal effects. Apparently no one had mentioned that her son was found naked. When I told her, and that consequently there were no personal effects to speak of, she went ballistic. A word of warning, John, I think she's gunning for you next.
You open the door and head to the lobby. You attach your You press the button to call the elevator. You select the
Here you go, Hal.
Sure, Junior.
You take a 3.1. Your report can the photograph taken of you. You complete a 3.14.
Here you go, Hal.
Sure, Junior.
You call the... You select the... A disgusting mess today. Cigarette butts and candy wrappers.
Hello, Lysandra.
Do you want to know a secret? I see a real pretty lady in the alley. I seen her when my brother was dead.
Hello, Mrs. Washington.
Detective Carey, hello.
How are you today, Mrs. Washington?
A little down, Detective.
How are you today, Miss...
A little down.
What is it you... What is it you... What is it... What is it you... Don't wander off. You're on assignment, you know.
Yeah?
Hold off on jotting.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Bugger off, faggot.
You notate the general description of the apartments.
Yeah?
I'm Detective Carey, LAPD. Are you Dennis Walker?
Yeah?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, come on in.
You've already shown your badge to Walker. No need to...
Dennis, you know a man by the name of Yo Money. He has a restraining order against you. Is that correct?
I can't hear ya!
I can barely hear you. Could we turn it down a little?
Go ahead, turn it down.
Stay where you are. Do not move. Freeze! Hands in the air. Keep them where I can see them. Drop the knife. Put your hands behind your head. Turn around. Drop to your knees. Now! You have the right to remain silent. Whew! That girlfriend of Walker's is something else. Tough for being so petite.
Hell, Junior, all women are bears, goddamn grizzlies. But if you thought that little tomato was tough, wait till you meet Garcia's mamacita. Now that's one tough bitch. She's in giving the lieutenant an earful right now, poor son of a bitch.
I am Rosa Garcia. Are you the detective investigating the death of my son? I am talking to you. Have you no respect for a grieving mother?
Yes, I'm Detective John Carey. Let me extend my sincere sympathy for your loss, Mrs. Garcia. I didn't know Renee personally, but
Well, I knew my son, Detective, and he was a good boy. He lived at home with me. He helped me with my errands. He went to church. I have been told by your lieutenant in the corner that Renee's poor body was found exposed. I want the person responsible for doing this to my son caught and punished.
Yes, Mrs. Garcia, I understand.
Do you understand, Detective? Do you have a son?
Well, no.
Well, then you do not understand. Rene helped to take care of me. I have heart trouble. I cannot do heavy lifting. Rene cleaned the house. She did the laundry, cook our meals. Maybe he once in a while would go to a movie, but he did not date any of those fast-talking modern-type women. He was waiting for a good girl. He was saving himself. And for what? For some pervert to strip him, murder him. You find who did this to my son. Find who killed my son, my beautiful son.
I see what you mean, Hal.
Yeah,
She's got one hell of a personality, huh, Junior?
Al appears immersed in his work. Better leave him be. It's your very... You take it... You complete the rep... A more
Here you go, Hal.
Sure, Junior.
You take a 3... You select... It's your very... You call the... You select the... Pressing... You select... Knocking seems less...
Hello, John. Won't you come in? It's nice of you to stop by, John. I'm sorry you missed the funeral.
Catherine, I wasn't informed about the time. I wanted to be there.
I understand, John. I know how busy you are. I heard about the shooting you were involved in. When I realized you weren't there today, at first, maybe you'd been hurt. Then the chief told me you were fine. I was worried.
Thanks for your concern, Catherine, but you don't need to worry about me. I should have called or...
Oh, no. I know how you guys work. It's your life. I understand. I was wondering how the investigation was going. Nobody would really tell me very much today. I guess they didn't want to upset me.
Well, there's good news. Bob's name has been cleared of any wrongdoing or involvement with the Washington boy's death. Bob's gun was retrieved and ballistics testing cleared it as the murder weapon. However, new evidence suggests that Bob's death is unrelated to the alley incident. It appears we might have a cop killer on our hands.
Oh, John, that's horrible. Really horrible.
Catherine appears to need emotional support, not physical contact, Carey.
Catherine, I know this is a rough time for you, but I need to ask you to think back to the night of the murder. Can you think of anything out of the ordinary happening that night? Any phone calls? Anything Bob might have said? Did he mention anyone, maybe a name you're unfamiliar with?
Bob and I had an argument. He went out, John. I don't know where he went or if he saw anyone. Thing is, he didn't take our car. I don't think anyone picked him up. I mean, we started arguing and the whole thing just blew up. He was gone before I really had a chance to understand what happened.
Can you tell me what you argued about?
We fought over his drinking. Everything was manageable until he started taking sedatives to calm down from work. The combination made him mean. He'd yell at Valerie and me for no reason. That's how he left when he went out that night. He'd been drinking and taking pills. John, I sent Bob out there to be killed. It's all my fault.
You're wrong, Catherine. It's not your fault. Someone took Bob's life, and I'm going to find that person.
John, I sent Bob out there to be...
You're wrong.
This flag belongs to Catherine and Valerie. Leave it be, Carey. Reaching into the pocket, you discover pocket lint.
John, I'm going to be gone for a couple of days. I'm taking Valerie to my mother's. I think she and I could both use some rest. I'll call you when we get back.
Have a safe trip, Catherine.
Thank you, John. Thank you for coming by.
I'm here to tell you, the cops are dogging this investigation.
Believing that the discovery of murdered police officer Rene Garcia earlier this week is a vicious plot manufactured to discredit him and his music, rapper Yo Money denies any relationship between the lyrics in his music and the increasing violence against the police. Officer Garcia's murder brings the toll to 2 Los Angeles police officers slain this week. Whether the LAPD is being targeted, or as Yo Money believes a group is out to discredit his music, one thing is clear. The Los Angeles police are not able to protect themselves from this rash of violence. My question is, if the LAPD can't protect themselves, how can they protect us? I'm Christy Bilden, reporting for KKAT.
Ah, you bitch! What is she, though? Yeah, I got a safety right here.
Here's the cold one I promised you, John. Enjoy.
What is it you're trying to say?
Sam, how many autopsies do you think you've performed?
John, I have been in the autopsy business for over 13 years. There is no honest way I could tell you off the top of my head. Let's just say better than 5,000.
Sam, what do you like to do in your free time?
Well, John, I'm quite mesmerized with my personal computer. Did you know you can make spreadsheets, write letters, and play games on them?
Sam, how long have you and Chester known each other?
Chester and I have known each other for 5 years, Carey. At one time, we thought there might even be a little sexual tension between the two of us. Sometimes I think there still is. Oui, ma chérie?
Sometimes I think there still is, Sam. Sam, I think you've had enough to drink.
You look really nice tonight, Chester.
Are you saying that because I usually don't look nice, Carey?
Carey, the mayor has requested your presence at a city council meeting first thing tomorrow. I want you out of here tonight before you have too much to drink. I need you alert and articulate tomorrow. And you, Chester, what are you doing here consuming alcoholic beverages in your uniform? I should slap you with a 181 personnel infraction. I want both you and Carey to pick yourselves up and go home. And remember, Carey, tomorrow, City Hall, 9 a.m.
I guess it's time to pack it in, guys. See you later.
Carey, another body was brought in this morning. Same M.O. This time it isn't an officer. It's a female. Current status, Jane Doe. It was found in Griffith Park. The mayor and the city council want to ask you a few questions. Get up there, and remember, do not divulge anything that could harm this case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see Detective Carey has been kind enough to attend this session. Detective Carey, please step up to the podium.
City Hall, City Council Chambers.
Detective Carey, please step forward.
Those windows must be 15 feet high.
Detective Carey, please step forward.
Lieutenant.
Quit your stalling, Carey. Get up there. The mayor and city council are waiting for you.
Detective Carey, I'm waiting. Please step up to the podium. Detective... Detective Carey, please step up to the podium.
It's Christie's cameraman, Joel Miller.
Detective Carey, my constituents are frightened and want answers. What is the status of your investigation?
Hey, Carey, if the cops can't protect themselves, how are they going to protect me and my family?
Detective, we need protection. What are the police doing about that?
Review your manual, Volume 1, Sections 380, 420, and 440.
Carey, are my children safe? How do I know this murdering wacko isn't a cop?
Detective Carey, Christie Building with KKAT. What can you tell us about the body found in Griffith Park this morning? From what we understand, the victim was not a police officer, which would indicate that this killer is not necessarily targeting one group. Your comments, please.
Miss Bilden, I was briefed about the homicide just this morning as I entered this council meeting. I have not yet been able to confirm or refute its relationship to my current investigation.
Mr. Mayor, I think this city is going to hell. As a business owner, I'm confronted with vandalism and theft every day. Now I have to worry about some crazy cop killer? I mean, what's this city coming to?
Detective Carey, 2 Los Angeles police officers have been killed in as many days. The citizens of this city are in fear over the threat to the police and how this is affecting their safety. Detective Carey, what are you doing to find this murderer? And are our citizens' fears justified?
Mr. Mayor, the police department has always had to deal with the threat of violence. Tragically, someone has now moved from thought to deed. However, I do not believe that there is a threat against the city as a whole, or that a random selection process is occurring. It is my belief that the Los Angeles Police Department is living up to the oath to protect and to serve.
There is no need to reload at this time.
Hey, Carey!
Detective!
Detective Carey!
Carey!
What is it you're...
Detective Carey, from what we...
Keep your hands to yourself, Detective. You've gotten in enough trouble when it comes to touching Christy Bilden.
Mr. Mayor, I think this city is going to hell. As a business owner, I'm confronted...
Detective Carey. Detective Carey.
Mr. Mayor, the police department... However, I do not...
Hey, Carey!
What is... Joel's not at...
The police are on patrol and are...
Detective...
Joel...
Carey!
Miss Bill...
Mr.
What?
Detective...
Mr. Mayor...
Detective...
Drop the stick! Put your hands behind your head. Turn around. Get down on your knees. Keep your hands where I can see them.
Generally.
Drop the... Turn around. What a morning I've had. First the mayor and the city council, and then Walker. Geez, the feds are talking to Walker right now. Apparently, he's a real special case.
Your Departmental Follow-Up Form 3.14. You'll need to stand up and move to accomplish that. You complete report. You'll need to stand up and move.
Here you go, Hal.
Sure, Junior.
Hal, what have you heard about a body with a similar M.O. showing up at Griffith Park?
Hell, Junior, it looks like it belongs to us. I wasn't there, but that Nobles was. He knows all about it.
What have you got in the way of updates, Hal?
You're damn lucky you got me as a partner, Junior. I got friends everywhere. I was the first one my buddies over at Hollenbeck called. Seems they got the patrol car, Garcia's patrol car. Seems the damn thing was found abandoned at Hollywood and Vine.
Hollywood and Vine? That wasn't Garcia's patrol area, was it?
Hell no it ain't, Junior. Seems our good son ain't so good. Either that or hell, Junior, he was good at something damn good.
The door's open. Not now, Carey. Later.
You call the elevator. You select the lobby as your destination.
Hello, Bill.
How's it going, Detective?
How about them Raiders?
Love that team, Detective.
Hello, I'm Detective Carey, Homicide LAPD. I'd like to take a look at the patrol car that was brought in.
I don't recognize you, pal. Can't let you in. That car is part of an investigation.
I'm heading up the investigation. I'd like to take a look at the car.
Oh, sure, pal. Now, how do I know you're not the perverted weenie hacking up all these bodies, huh? You work close by, huh, pal? You work close by, huh, pal?
Hello, I'm Detective Carey, Homicide...
I don't recognize...
I'm...
Well, tell Beavis that Butthead sent you. He'll know what it means. Whatever happened to those two guys on Dragnet? Now, no teasing me. Just the facts. You work close by, huh?
Feeling kind of grabby? It's the tow office check-in window. Feeling kind of
Hey, you whippersnapper. Can I help you?
It's Billy Bob Strum, Hollenbeck Yardman.
Beavis, I was told to tell you that Butthead sent me.
Huh? Say, buddy, what do you want?
I'm looking for a patrol car that was brought in from the Hollywood and Vine area. It had been abandoned.
Well, come right in there.
Who has been out to see the patrol car?
Well, of course there was SID. Then there was this lady, big gal. She was yelling and screaming that she was the mother of the downed cop. Well, she looked too dad-burn young to be anybody's mother to me. Well, I just told her to keep on a-moving, that nobody was touching that car. Well, she just upped and huffed off, she did. Yep.
SID has swept the car for prints?
They sure have, mister. You know them. Fast, efficient, and quick. Muy rapido. Too bad, though. Overheard 'em talking. Yep, they said nada. Nothing. Zipperoonie. No prints, no way, no how. That's what they said. Mm-hmm.
Your name isn't really Beavis, is it?
Beavis? What are you, plumb loco? It's Billy Bob. But you know something? Sometimes I like to change my identity and get into mischief. Sometimes I slip into a black turtleneck and then run around and pull pranks on all my relatives. One time, I pantsed my Uncle Joe. Yes, I did.
feeling touchy today. Feeling touchy today. You pick up the small piece of torn newspaper. Non-smear newsprint. Your hands remain clean. The patrol car must be running for the computer to function. Feeling touchy today? Feeling feeling touch.
Who has been out to see the patrol car? Well, thank you for the information and your time, Billy Bob.
Hey, no problemo, old buddy. That's what we're here for, helping our friends.
You turn the knob and open the door, Detective.
Hello, partner. Today's the day. You ready to qualify?
You Qualification Form 13.5.1.
Filled out and ready to go, Bert.
Whoa, partner. This here's the wrong form. You having trouble seeing color correctly? Maybe you need to review out their department manual.
You fill the form out. Checking. You verify your signature is on the form.
Here you go, Bert.
Thank you, partner.
You pick up the headgear.
Officers, headgear on. All firearms to low ready. Phase 1. Ready on the right, ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 2.
You load your the grip on
Phase 2. Ready on the right. Gun to low ready.
You load your
Phase 3. Ready on the right. Ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 4.
You load.
Phase 4. Ready on the right. Ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready. Prepare for phase 5.
You load.
Phase 5. Ready on the right. Ready on the left. Attention. Gun to low ready.
Prepare for Phase 6.
You load.
Phase 6. Ready on the right? Holster all firearms.
Fuller looks very intent on what he...
Hey there, partner. Out there was some pretty fancy firing. Your score's going to impress the brass. I'll be sending your results over to your lieutenant. You're making him proud at Parker Center there, cowboy. Hey there, cowboy. You need to be returning them headgear. Thank you, partner.
Entering the morgue always provides a sense of anticipation.
Hi, Detective Carey. No time to say hello, Detective Carey? Wow, you must be real busy. You can go on in, Detective Carey.
Hello, Detective Carey. Why did the musician hit the road?
I don't know.
Because he tripped coming out of the strip joint. Go right in, Detective.
Hello, John.
Hello, Sam.
How's the world of the living, John?
I don't know, Sam. I'm surrounded by death. Sam, I understand another body was found this morning in Griffith Park. What can you tell me about it?
More than you probably want to know, John. More than you want to know.
Let's start with whether identification has been made and a general description.
Identification has not been made. The description is as follows. African-American female, mid-30s, found under a tree in Griffith Park by Park Police at 10 a.m. She was clothed, no ID. The body was being guarded by a stray dog.
Has the autopsy been performed yet?
As soon as she arrived, John. Same M.O. The burns, injection marks, the glue, it's all there. Body fluids and a tissue sample have been taken. Both have been sent to SID. Your killer is keeping busy, John. Very busy.
What about the injection marks, Sam? Everything the same?
Nearly so. The injections were not so high up on the arm as the first two victims, but it was the left arm.
What about lividity, Sam?
Primary only, buttocks, back, and shoulders, all consistent from lying in the park. Your killer moved her soon after the deed. Apparently, he's working faster.
Was she as badly mutilated as the first two?
The mutilation is worse. The right forearm was severed. However, the torture appears to be less. There are fewer burns, and there's also less bruising around the ankles and wrists.
Has the autopsy been performed yet?
As soon as she arrived, John. Same M.O. The burns, injection marks, the glue.
What orifice was glued shut, Sam?
Your killer was kind to her, John. Both her eyes and mouth were glued shut. He didn't make her watch.
If there's been no identification, then there's been no notification. Where's the body now?
Cold storage, John. We'll hold on to it until the family can be located.
Anything else I should know, Sam?
It might turn out important, maybe not, but I scraped a sticky substance off her shoe. I've sent it to SID for analysis.
Sam, what color were her shoes, and was she wearing both of them?
Blue and yes.
Dog? The body was being guarded by a dog?
Yes, it was rather comical and strangely sad at the same time. Here is this woman in the prime of her life, lying mutilated under a tree, and protecting her is a stray dog. Park police couldn't get past the dog. We couldn't move in. It was only after we called animal control and the truck showed up that the dog ran. I'll tell you, John, that dog has been picked up before. That dog recognized the truck.
Sam, did the toxicology results come back on Garcia?
Not yet, John, but we did make a discovery concerning Garcia. If you remember, Garcia's mouth was glued shut. When the mouth was surgically opened, we found a molar had been freshly extracted. The work was not that of a dentist, John. Thus far, your killer has a finger, a full set of toes, a forearm, and a molar. You know what that means, don't you?
Yes, unfortunately I do, Sam. I'm looking for a serial killer who takes a souvenir of the kill. It means he enjoys the kill itself and wants to relive it through the object. I need to find this person fast, Sam. Real fast.
You open the door and head... Leaving?
Hey boy, how you doing?
The dog appears protective of the tree.
Hey boy, how you doing?
Careful, this dog is unfriendly.
Here, boy. I spent 65 cents for this. Here, boy.
Litter bug.
Here, boy. I spent 65 cents for this. Here, boy. Hello, Neil. How are you?
Fine, kid. I see you're having trouble with the press. That's too bad. I can see you've got money in your wallet, Carey, but I've got orders not to serve you until this case is over.
Feeling grabby. Feeling grabby. This guy looks pretty buff. Better approach him differently, Detective.
Hello, how are you?
I'm not looking for any goddamn company, okay? Thanks anyway.
Hello, how are you?
I'm not looking for any goddamn company. Look, pal, I can buy my own drinks. Got it?
Feeling grabby. Feeling grab. The door is locked.
Good day. How are you?
No good. No customers. No make change. What you buy?
Eat those and your cholesterol count. Carey, you don't... Carey.
You drug addict? I monitor group. I want no more police trouble. You troubled policeman? No more group. That apple for my friend, not for sale. Keep hands off.
The counter is grimy. You take a few pretzels. He's hungry. The area has been taped off. It must be where the Jane Doe was found. This is no time to climb, Detective. You're not close enough. What is it you wish to notate? The dirt looks freshly tilled. Removing the dirt reveals a bone. Detective, it looks human. Handle it carefully. The rubber feels quite thin. You're being overcautious, Carey. It's your Placing the bone in the bag is essential to maintaining the integrity of this potentially valuable evidence. Removing more dirt does not reveal more bones. Those two items don't go together. You record that a bone was found at this location. Entering the morgue.
Oh, yes. Well, hello, John. I was just checking Sherry. It appears she might have a bit of a chest cold. On to the business at hand, John. 2 bodies were brought in this afternoon. They fit your killer's M.O. Both have burn wounds on the face and upper torso and ruptured gastrointestinal linings. One is a John Doe, Caucasian, late 50s. The other, an Asian Jane Doe, late 60s.
Sam, I unearthed this bone from the Jane Doe 1201K crime scene. Strangest thing, a stray dog was there guarding it.
It looks human, John. Turn it into property with a request for tests and we'll take a closer look at it. A stray dog, you say? Probably the same one we encountered the day we went out to pick up body 1201K.
Screw the dog and screw the request for tests. I've got the city, the press, and my supervisors all over my ass. You've got the evidence in your hand, for Christ's sake. Run the tests. This investigation does not have time for a red tape marathon.
You're right, John. I'm sorry. It's working for the county. We tend to thrive on the bureaucracy. Trust me, John, I will place the tests on the top of my priority list.
What are the particulars on the John Doe, Sam?
The body was mutilated much the same as the other bodies. Burn marks, severed extremities, epoxied orifice. The biggest difference is the adornment of the body with a pair of nylon pantyhose wrapped around the neck.
Have you performed the John Doe autopsy?
No, tomorrow, first thing. I did go over the body for a cursory look when it was brought in. You have a monster on your hands, John. A killing machine.
Fill me in on the mutilation, Sam. What was missing with John Doe?
The ears, John. They were crudely severed, removed after death.
Poisoning cause of death, Sam?
It was not asphyxiation as one might first believe upon seeing the nylons around the neck. A cursory examination of the neck reveals no bruising. The nylons appear to be strictly decorative. Upon autopsy, I believe poisoning will surface as the cause.
Primary lividity only on the John Doe?
Correct. Front side. Corresponds directly to how the body was found. Your killer is working fast, John. Directly after the kill, they're being moved.
Could the nylons belong to the Jane Doe? Possibly the nylons were used in a consensual sexual activity between the two.
John, this was not a sexual experience gone to extremes. No, John, this has all the markings of your killer. The burns, the mutilation, and the nylons, they couldn't belong to Jane Doe.
Why is that, Sam?
Jane Doe weighed in at 85 pounds, 12 ounces. The nylons are large enough to have fit 3 of her.
What about the epoxied orifice, Sam? How was the John Doe affected?
The mouth was affected. Between both bodies, you have the epitome of hear no evil, say no evil, see no evil.
All right, Sam. What can you give me on the Jane Doe?
Asian, late 60s, burns to face and upper torso, mutilation, glued orifice. Your killer's signature is all over her.
What about the autopsy, Sam? Have you had time to perform one?
No, John. I plan to do it first thing in the morning. I was able to give the body a cursory look over, however. There's no doubt it's your killer's handiwork.
Lividity, Sam?
Yes, primary only. The backside. Corresponds to how the body was found.
Poisoning, cause of death, Sam?
I would venture to say yes to poisoning due to the fact that there are 2 injection marks on the upper left arm. But I'm cautious to say so, John. We have not... I would venture to say yes to we have not had a single match in all the toxicology tests thus far. When the body's autopsied, we'll take fluids and send them out as well.
What is the level of mutilation, Sam?
The left foot was crudely severed. Once again, judging by the lack of apparent blood loss, it was removed after death.
How was glue applied this time, Sam?
The eyes and ears were filled with glue. Your killer's kind to women, John. He doesn't make them watch, if one can call his behavior kind on any level.
Sam, what's the situation surrounding the body's discovery?
The call came in from a small business owner on Hollywood and Vine. The naked bodies were piled one on top of the other in the back seat of a Ford Tempo parked in front of his music store.
What happened to the car? Was it ID'd?
The car was towed to Hollenbeck. When I last heard, SID was headed there to go over the car. I'll have you know, John, I'm beginning to feel like your secretary.
You open the door.
Goodbye, and have a nice day, Detective Carey.
Hey, handsome. Looking for a girl or a boy? Oh,
I'm Detective Carey, LAPD.
Oh, Doc! Woo! Am I being arrested? Gonna throw me in a cell with a big old burly guy, huh? Ooh, darling, start the party!
Did you know Officer Garcia? Was he a frequent visitor to this neighborhood?
Never heard of him, darling, till he showed up dead. Now the whole place is crawling with all sorts of people talking about him. Ew. Well, if you ask me, I would ask the girls at the Kitty. I mean, they know everybody who's anybody.
Did you see an abandoned patrol car? Do you know anything about it?
Well, darling, I missed it, but it was all the talk. People were saying that the cop who the car belonged to went for a dip at the Kitty and fell right in, if you know what I mean. Then, but all this was supposed to have happened after the cop's poor little bare ass showed up dead on Your Money's lawn.
You pushed the door open.
Hello there, handsome.
Hello, I'm Detective Carey, LAPD Homicide. I'm investigating...
So you're a real cop. Tell me, handsome, is everything you're packing real?
Do you know a police officer by the name of Rene Garcia? About 190 pounds, 6 feet tall, late 20s, full mustache. He might have come in during the day, possibly in uniform.
Maybe. Lots of cops come in here. This Garcia sounds like he could be any number of fellas that pass through here each day.
Garcia's patrol car was abandoned on this block. Did you happen to see it or hear anything about it?
I didn't see it, but then I sleep in pretty late. Hey, are we talking about the cop who showed up dead at Yo Money's?
Yes, his name was Garcia. Do you know something specific?
Well, if it's the fella I'm thinking of, I heard people saying he used to give rides to girlfriends. You know, show off the siren and the handcuffs.
The Bitty Kitty has quite a reputation.
The way I see it, we're doing social work here. Lots of lonely men in the world. You ever get lonely, handsome? Besides, I'm just doing this until I get a break. I'm really an actress. I've already been in one picture. It was called Foaming Fun. I was the girl the worm monster ate. I was in a jacuzzi and a big worm came up out of the water. I screamed and then the water got all bubbly. I guess it ate me.
Do you or any of the other girls here date cops? Could Officer Garcia have had a girlfriend who worked here?
It's club policy that we don't date the customers, but everybody does it. I don't know if this Garcia dated anyone here. All the girls are, well, pretty quiet about their private life. Nobody wants to get fired.
I found this shoe in Yo Money's garden. Money told me he had strippers in his house the morning Officer Garcia's body was found. Do you know if any of the girls from the Kitty know Money or were at a party at his house this week? Does this shoe look familiar?
Well, it's true all us girls know celebrities, and Money does come here. We've all been invited to parties one time or another out at his place. As far as this week, I don't know. I do know it's not mine. I'm very petite, and that would never fit me. Barbie might know, though.
Who's Barbie, and why might she know?
Barbie runs the place, handsome. Barbie can. Ever heard of her? She is infamous. Well, she'll know if any of the girls are at Money's this week. You can ask her.
Where is Barbie? Can I talk to her?
She's taking a nap right now. She'll be up later. You could come back. Got a light, handsome?
Amoco Industrial Strength Glue.
I don't do drugs.
Behaving as a gentleman, you pick up the lighter and give the lady what she asked for.
You're as sweet as you're good looking.
You're in a strip club. Don't be so grabby, detective.
I appreciate you taking the time to answer my questions, Electra. It's citizens like you who help us cops do our jobs. If you can think of anything else, I can be reached at Parker Center Homicide Robbery. Just ask for Detective Carey.
You pick up the broken piece of side mirror. You've got a job to do, detective. Don't... You don't have time to shop for music, Carey. You have a case to solve.
How's it going, dude?
Hello, I'm Detective Carey, LAPD.
Sure, what's up, dude? You look like a cop, dude.
A Ford Tempo was apparently abandoned on this block this morning. I understand you called it in.
That's true, dude. I did.
What can you tell me about what you found?
Well, I opened the store around 10. The car was parked out front. Dude, I didn't think anything about it. I went to go get my keys for the door, and I looked over and saw these two nude people. I thought, you know, dude, they're just having a party. I figured, what the hell? I'd just open up the store, figured when they got done, they'd shove off. After a while, I looked out. The car was still there, but about 11, I locked up and went out and got some coffee. And on my way back, I looked in, and you know, it seemed kind of funny.
What was funny?
The car wasn't moving, dude. No motion, no party. I'm a businessman, dude. I can't have a car full of naked people outside my store. I called the police.
What was fun?
The car wasn't moving.
Walk this way. Walk this way. You push the door open.
Why, hello there, darling.
Hello, I'm Detective John Carey, LAPD, Homicide. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Absolutely not, darling. I don't talk to police. Officially, that is. You see, darling, I'm very well connected, and I really don't want any trouble. What I could tell, darling, could cause this city to come crashing down.
Butane lighter.
This shoe was found on Yo Money's lawn after the party and after Officer Garcia's body was found. Could it belong to one of your girls?
Darling, I don't think so. It's large, even too large for me, and I am a big woman. Darling, I think it would fit you better than it would fit me.
It almost fits you, Carey, though it doesn't go with your suit.
Well, how about if we talk off the record? Just a little talk between friends.
Oh, darling, you going to be my friend? Okay then, I'll talk to you off the record.
Why don't we start with an introduction? As I told you, my name is John Carey, and I bet you're Barbie Can.
Oh, darling, you're so smart. You're good-looking and smart. Just how I like my friends. Now, what is it you want to know? Tell Barbie how she can help you.
Well, the subject's a bit gruesome. I'd like to ask you some questions about a series of murders I'm investigating.
Darling, in my day, I've had more notorious conversations, I'm sure. Try me, darling.
A police officer by the name of Rene Garcia was found murdered. The officer's patrol car was abandoned in this neighborhood. Have you ever met or did you know Officer Garcia?
Oh, darling, I heard about that boy after he was found dead. Then all that talk, I do not think I knew him. We get so many young men in here.
What can you tell me about the abandoned patrol car? Did you see it?
Oh, darling, I just know what I heard. The boy gave his patrol car away to a girlfriend or some such thing. I don't really know. I did hear, though, that this girl is most beautiful. Darling, she is so beautiful, and her figure is so perfect. People thought it was me, but I'm too old for such a young boy.
Do the girls here date the customers? Would it be possible that one of your girls dated Officer Garcia?
Darling, I have rules, but what those girls do, I cannot control. They are young women. They're all looking for husbands. It is possible, but I do not know one who was dating him.
Officer Garcia was found dead on the lawn of Yo Money, and from what I understand, there were strippers there. Do you know Yo Money? And do you know if any of your girls went to a party there Monday evening?
Oh, darling, the Money Man is wonderful, so strong, such a lover of beautiful women. He does not always schedule his parties for me, that bad boy. If some of my girls were there on that night off, I have no idea.
What can you tell me?
Oh, darling, I just know what I heard, darling.
Better rethink that, Jess. How would it look if an on-duty officer is seen tipping a stripper? You're in a strip club. Don't be so grabby, detective. You push the door.
Why, hello there, Doc. Oh. Oh,
This shoe was found on Yo Money's lawn after the party and after Officer Garcia's body was found. Could it belong to one of your girls?
darling, I don't think so. It's large, even too large for me, and I am a big woman. Darling, I think it would fit you better than it would.
Miss Moore, what can you tell us about the latest victims in what's being termed this city's most gruesome murder spree?
Me? Well, nothing really. Am I going to be on TV?
Miss Moore, is it true that all the victims have been tortured, mutilated?
Well, they're not all there.
Miss Moore, is it true that Officer Rene Garcia and the latest male victim, an unidentified John Doe, were both found not only tortured, but naked?
Well, yes. Well, no. You see, is that camera on?
So, Miss Moore, are you confirming that John Doe was not entirely nude, that he was found with a pair of nylons on his person? Is it true the nylons were wrapped around his neck?
How'd you know that?
So you are confirming this information? Detective Carey, can you comment on the nylons wrapped around the neck of the victim?
I have nothing to say to you, Bilden, nor does Miss Moore.
Hi, Detective Carey.
Sherry, I'm taking you home. Bilden, you muck up my investigation and I'll have your job. Come on, Sherry.
Detective Carey, the public has a right to know. It's their safety at stake. Detective Carey. In the wake of this city's worst nightmare, 5 people, including 2 Los Angeles police officers, have been found mutilated and murdered. And though city officials and the LAPD deny there is reason to panic, the citizens of Los Angeles feel quite differently. Gun sales are up, and security companies are deluged with requests for home alarm systems. Factors contributing to the urgency and concern by LA residents are the randomness and violence of these murders. Earlier today, I spoke with Sherry Moore, an LA County Coroner's employee who confirmed one element of this killing spree. Evidence found on the latest male victim indicates that the murders might have been committed by a woman. If true, then this is the first case in the history of Los Angeles where a female serial killer has held the city in her grip. I'm Christy Bilden, reporting for KKAT.
Sherry, what you did last night by talking to the press caused citywide panic. Do you understand that? What this investigation does not need is a city full of people arming themselves, holding up, and not talking to the police.
John, Sherry didn't mean any harm. She was taken by surprise by that newswoman. Weren't you, Sherry?
I don't care. The result is that the city is in a panic. The mayor is up in arms, and the press is having a field day with this investigation and the department.
I'm really sorry, Detective Carey. I thought maybe they're from Star Search, or maybe Entertainment Tonight. Honest, Detective Carey, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I wouldn't hurt a fly, even if it was flying around and buzzing in my ear. Honest.
John, how can you be mad at a girl like that?
Sam, do you have DNA results back on the bone found in Griffith Park?
I haven't received the results from SID, but from my years of experience, I have to say that the bone is definitely human. Given the measurements of both the bone and the body found at the park, they're a match.
Has autopsy occurred on John Doe 7216M?
Yes, John, it was first this morning. The gastrointestinal tract was ruptured as I suspected, and also as I suspected, there was no asphyxiation. The nylons wrapped around the neck were in no way connected to the cause of death. It looks like poisoning. Fluids were taken and sent out.
Sam, the body is Sam, has anyone
No, John. I have sent a copy of the fingerprints out for a national...
Yes, John.
The nylon...
Has identification taken place on the John Doe?
No. We've sent the prints out for a national search. There must be someone, somewhere, missing a father, brother, or husband.
Is there any preliminary report on the fluids?
No, John, they only went out this morning. However, I am not hopeful for a match. You know, John, there are thousands of poisonous substances out there. Many have yet to be identified and cataloged by the scientific community. It's like hunting for a needle in a haystack.
Hello, Russell.
Hey, saw Sherry on the news last night. Well, she's really a nice girl, Detective. I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it. How do you stop a lawyer from drowning?
I don't know.
Take your foot off his head. See ya, Detective.
I'm really sorry about the newswoman, Detective Carey.
Sure. Next time, just keep quiet. Don't talk to those people. They'll twist your words around, make your life miserable. Got it?
Got it. Thanks, Detective Carey.
Detective, I'm wearing my ID.
You would... You press the button to call the... You select the... If you want to talk to Chester, get a little...
Hello, Detective. How can I help you?
Hello, Chester. Were you able to find anything out about the glue you sampled?
Yes, Detective. It is an industrial-strength glue which shares properties with the glue found on Hickman's eyes. The problem with tracing the glue is that it's sold all over the city, not just where you found it. We use the same brand here at Parker Center.
Chester, I wanted a DNA run on the bone I turned into Noble's. What do you have back?
Nothing yet, Carey. And not to criticize, but you really should have turned that into property. Nothing yet, Carey. And not to criticize...
You're right, Chester. However, I also need to find myself a killer. Chester, what do you have on John Doe 7216M?
Body fluids have been sent over, but thus far, nothing on toxicology.
How about Jane Doe 1202L? What do you have, Chester?
We haven't received the body fluids from the morgue yet. We're limited on what we can do here, Detective. Unfortunately, we haven't heard back from Quantico on the other samples either. We're at a dead end.
The vehicle the victims were found in, Chester. What did you find?
Their body fluids, their hair, their fingerprints, and red fibers. Other than that, the car was very clean. Too clean. Nothing in the glove box, under the seats, anywhere.
Chester, how about Jane Doe 1201K? Anything come back on her? How about fingerprints?
Well, she does have fingerprints. They just don't match anything we have out there for missing people.
The vehicle...
Their... Detective Carey, I view your action as sexual harassment and find your behavior objectionable. Please stop touching me.
Feels just like a wall.
Detective Carey, if you do not stop, I will be forced to report this incident to my supervisor. Please stop and end this here and now. Sexual harassment is a violation of federal and state law and city and department policy. If sexual harassment is a violation of... If you... See you later.
Pressing the button, you call the elevator. You select... It's your very... You take a 3... You fill out...
Here you go, Hal.
Sure, Junior.
Come in. I'm glad you're here, Carey. I wanted to talk to you about your newest TV appearance. That stunt in front of the coroner's last night was splashed all over the evening news. Obstructing the First Amendment is what they're calling it. I'll have you know I've already fielded calls from national news bureaus, the mayor, hell, just about anyone in this town who's anybody is called. Carey, you're going to need to learn to control that temper. I've just about had it with this cowboy crap. Now, this is a directive. You learn to work with the press, not against them. Do you understand me? Read my lips. Work with them.
Lieutenant, it's not my fault. I mean, it's that reporter. She's always stirring things up. She's making my job impossible.
Look, Carey, it's a reporter's job to report the news. Sometimes that means going after the truth, other times not. What I want to know is there any truth to this killer being a woman? That's bad news, Carey. If our killer is a woman, she'll be harder to catch. Not much is known about female serial killers. When this thing goes to trial, if it ever does, The public's sympathies could be swayed by her gender. You watch yourself, Carey. Any woman as strong, mentally and physically, as this one must be to have committed the crime she has, is quite an adversary. Watch your back. Enough.
You call the elevator. You select the...
Well, tell him McGarrett said, book him, Dano. He'll know what it means.
Hey, you whippersnapper. Can I help you?
Dano? McGarrett told me to tell you to book him, Dano.
He said... Yep. Well, come right in there.
To examine the car interior, you open the door. Detective, careful where you touch. Detective.
SID has been out, right? Were they able to lift any prints? Was there anything left behind? Fibers, hairs?
Hey, you dead-burned whippersnapper! You're making me sound like an eavesdropper. Is that what you think, huh? Is it? Huh?
No, not at all. I thought, that a man in your position would be more than likely to know what the situation was with each car in the lot.
Well, you're right about that, you dead-burned greenhorn. Darn shootin'. I'll tell you about SID, I will. They were here for hours. Hours! I'm not fooling you now. And you know something? They didn't find a single print. Zippo. Nada. That there car there is just as clean and shiny as the day it rolled off the old showroom floor. Yes, it is.
Has the car's owner been identified and notified that their car is here and is involved in a criminal investigation?
No, sirree, Bob. There wasn't one speck of ID in that car. No registration, no telltale signs of nobody, except maybe a ghost owning that car. Now, we're kind of hoping you're going to do a little of that sniffing around, and jealous here.
What can you tell me about what was in the glove box and trunk when the vehicle came in?
Well, nothing. Absolutely nada.
You're unaware of what the contents were?
What are you, just plain dumb as a loco weed? I said nothing. There was nothing in either compartment. Clean as a whistle. Shiny as a new shoe. Nothing. Nada. Rien. Zero. Greenhorn.
Looking at the license plate, you discover You note the license plate number of the vehicle.
Well, once again, you've been very helpful. Thank you.
Hey, that's a big 10 for you, betcha, good buddy. Here at Hollenbeck Tow, we aim to please. Sure do.
Detective?
You attach... You press the... You select...
Well, if it ain't the boy wonder.
Hal, how are you? What's going on?
My hemorrhoids are acting up, kid. Big flare-up, big flare. Damn job.
Your action is... Your action... It's your very... Your department issued memorandum book. You call the... You select... She can't hear you from here. You open the door to social...
May I help you, sir?
Hello, I'm Detective John Carey, Homicide LAPD. I'd like to speak with the person in charge, please.
I'm sorry, Detective. Our manager is out for the week. I'm Nora Bittridge. May I help you?
Nora, a car registered to Social Services has wound up in impound. Its license number is County 2BSY669. Can you tell me whom it's assigned to, please?
Yes, Detective. Just let me look that up. Why, that car is assigned to one of our social workers, a Miss Luella Parker.
May I speak to Miss Parker, please?
Well, I'm afraid Luella is not in, Detective.
Is she out on a client call?
No, actually, we don't know where she is. The last time we saw her was Monday, midday. I've tried calling her home, but I get no answer.
Does Miss Parker have family we might contact?
Well, I don't believe so, at least not out in California. I think she's alone out here from Chicago.
Nora, do you think you could give me a physical description of Miss Parker?
Why, yes. I pride myself on my observation skills. Let's see. Luella is 34 years old. She stands approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall and is overweight, so I would say she weighs around 160 pounds.
Nora, what color eyes and hair does Luella have?
Why, black hair and brown eyes, Detective. Luella is black. African American.
Nora, I'd like to look over Luella's office, please.
Why, of course, Detective. If you'll follow me, I'll escort you back to her office. I'll be at my desk, Detective, if you need anything.
The desk is locked. Detective, you really don't have time to read. You need to... This is no time to play Space Quest 5, The Final Frontier. Detective, don't waste staples. Leave the tape. The county doesn't have infinite resources. It's the latest release from Yo Money. The attached receipt is marked Ragin' Records. It's those small items taken from the workplace that add up to millions. Case number 18908B, Barbie Can. Case number 14434-0, Mitchell Thurman. Case number 14434-0, Mitchell Thurman. The folders are filled with Luella Parker's case files. The county wouldn't approve of you. The paper isn't... The keyboard is nice and springy, or as they say in computer speak, clicky. Detective, the county would appreciate it if you used city supplies. These are not relevant to your case, Carey.
Can I help you with anything, Detective?
What do you know about Luella's social life? Does she have a lot of friends? Does she go out after work?
Luella's personal life is just that, personal. But as far as I can tell, her work is her life. She is very devoted to her job and her clients.
What about boyfriends, Nora? Does Luella have one, or maybe several?
I wouldn't know anything about that. I conduct myself in a professional manner and have a strict rule about discussing other people's personal lives.
What can you tell me about Luella's clients or the type of cases she works on?
Luella is assigned clients through the county. She's a family counselor, so she deals with a lot of child custody, abused children, juvenile crime cases, that sort of thing.
Nora, what is a typical workday for Luella? Is she mostly in the office seeing clients?
No, Luella's work takes her out into the field a lot. She has clients who are homebound due to illness, or she needs to examine the environment in which a person lives. She really splits her time, half field, half office.
Nora, do you know of any personal or professional problems Luella might be experiencing?
No, Luella is a private person and she keeps to herself. But I haven't noticed anything unusual in her behavior lately. Detective, Luella is hardworking and probably overworked. She does a lot of field work on her own time to compensate for the county's lack of funds to hire additional staff.
Nora, do you know of any personal or professional problems Luella might be experiencing?
No, Luella is a private person and she keeps to herself. But I haven't noticed anything unusual in her behavior lately. Detective, Luella is hardworking and probably overworked.
Nora, what would these files be?
If you found them on Luella's desk, they would be her current cases.
How's it going, dude?
Are you familiar with a rapper by the name of Yo Money? Maybe he's been in your store.
I know who he is, dude. You'd have to be living in a cave not to know who he is. But I don't know him. His music doesn't sell too good here. Actually, dude, I don't sell much rap. Mostly R&B, grunge, heavy metal. Mostly everything but rap.
Well then, would you remember selling a Yo Money tape? Would it stick in your mind that you sold some rap?
Dude, nothing sticks in my mind. I'm a product of the 70s.
A woman by the name of Luella Parker purchased an audio tape of Yo Money's music from this store. Does her name sound familiar?
Nope. Lots of people come through here. Lots of people buy stuff, bring it back. I got stuff coming and going all day long.
This Yo Money tape was found on the desk of Luella Parker, a victim in a homicide case I'm investigating. Your store's receipt was taped to the cassette.
Store policy is exchange only. No cash back. Dude, Yo Money doesn't sell so great here. Your option is to choose something from inside the counter. Take a look, dude. See what you'd like.
Eight-track tapes, drumsticks. Drumsticks?
So this stick is really authentic.
Sure is, dude.
Well, thanks.
Sure. No problem, dude.
Walk this. You push the door open.
Why, hello there, darling. Ah, you a musician. I like a man who can make music. Usually they are very good dancers. Ah, you a musician. I like a man who can make music.
There's no need to show her the shoe again. Creating a shoe display? Creating a shoe display? In a place like this, you want to be careful how and who you touch. What few customers are here look too preoccupied to talk to you.
Welcome to the Third Eye Theater. May I help you?
Detective Carey, LAPD.
I know you. I've seen you on television. Sir, you're getting the glass all smudgy.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yes, please come in. Enter to the left. How may I help you?
Mitchell, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if that's all right.
Yes, of course.
Mitchell, do you know someone by the name of Luella Parker?
Oh, it's terrible what happened. It was wrong. Oh.
Mitchell, is there something you know that you haven't told me? Something about Luella?
She was so lovely about it. Oh, she was so lovely. It was so sad.
Mitchell, what is so sad? Why don't you calm down and slowly tell me what happened? Okay, Mitchell? Real slow and easy.
My dog, it's horrible. It's horrible what they said.
What about your dog, Mitchell? Did your dog hurt someone? Did your dog hurt Luella? Is that what happened, Mitchell? You can tell me. It's all right.
No. They said, my neighbor said that I hurt my dog, but that I didn't feed him. Luella came to help me, to tell them the truth.
Mitchell, what is the truth? Can you tell me the truth, Mitchell?
My dog is naturally thin. I feed him. I do. A lot. Big, juicy bones.
Mitchell, when was the last time you spoke to Luella? Do you remember?
Maybe a couple of weeks ago. Why are you asking so many questions? Has something happened to Luella?
Luella was found murdered, Mitchell. I'm looking for the person who killed her.
Oh my! Oh no! Oh my! It's horrible. All this crying has made me thirsty. How about you? Would you like something to drink? Please, have a cup of tea on the house.
The tea is refreshing, if not a little bitter.
Don't you feel better? I know I do. How about a movie on the house? Everybody deserves a treat once in a while.
It's definitely weird, but that's not criminal in L.A. It's the norm.
Wake up! Wake up! You fell asleep. It's time to go now. Go! Please, leave now. Please go. I have to get ready for the next show. You're falling asleep. Put me behind my schedule.
Don't move the sign.
That apple for my friend, not...
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
This is an innocent citizen, Carey. Carey, there is no answer to your... The area has been taped off. You're not... Removing more dirt does not reveal more bones. Walk. There is now... is no time for a nature walk. You have a case to solve. Detective, you get no response. It appears no one is home. You receive no answer to your knocking. Knocking seems less intrusive. It appears no one is home at this. Circa 1972. It's the broken side mirror from your car. You apply glue to the drumstick. You glue the stick to the mirror. A 180-degree mirror. Cleaning the mirror, Detective? You attach. You press the. You select.
How you doing, kid?
Hello, Hal. How are you?
Pretty damn good for an old fart, Junior. Pretty damn good.
You take a 3-point. You don't need to fill out another follow-up report on the arm. There's nothing much in there, just old memos.
Any news, Hal?
Well, Junior, I'm making calls, tracking down what leads are coming in. That building did us no favor. People are calling in with all sorts of wacky notions. Hell of a way to spend my day, tracking this shit down. Ain't nothing but a pile of garbage so far.
You call the... You select the... It appears the theater is closed. You push the...
Why, hello.
Tell me, what's the purpose, Carey?
Darling, what is this? My file from social services? How did you get hold of that? Darling...
It's your wallet. The gate... After... The gate has been welded shut. The exit is no use. After what you just went through to get here, there's no going back. The gate has been welded shut. Loaded and ready for... It would take the strength of many men to beat these ones. The gate is made of steel. There's no way you can pry it open. Taking the dog door off its hinges will not make it big enough for you to get through. Think of something else. It would take the gate after it would take the strength of many men to beat these walls down. The gate. This little alley is... After it would take the a strange little dead-end alley. It's a bit like a cage. The gate has been welded shut. The exit is no use. The gate has you're much too big to get through that dog door. The doors have no handles and appear to be locked, Detective. Taking the dog door off its hinge. Butane. The room is drafty. The flame is blown out. It's a relief map of the world. It's a relief. The box holds empty Christmas ornament trays. The plastic bucket is empty. Pushing offers no result. The metal door is locked. The knob will not turn. The door must be locked. The cinder block is cold and damp. The boxes are empty. The knob. What are you attempting to do exactly, Detective? Chalk, made in the U.S. The putty knife is made. Using the putty knife, you jimmy open the lock. You push the door open. There is no one in sight. The coast appears clear. You push the door open. The counters have a slimy, sticky substance covering them, Detective. Careful, Carey. You don't want your fingerprints on the evidence. First, photos need to be taken and the place scoured for prints. There is nothing. The gruesome details of this job are sometimes overwhelming, eh, Detective? Detective, don't taint the evidence environment. The counters have a slimy, sticky substance covering them, Detective. It's an original Lazy Boy. Imagine that. The chair's molded to the shape of the owner's body. These are precisely placed and must be for a reason. Better leave them alone. Nothing happens, Detective. It must be broken or not be plugged in. Trying to stink him away?
Here you go, boy. Good dog.
Leave the dog alone. You don't want to wake him, Detective. A hole exposes the structural beams. You open the closet doors. You don't need to... The floor is hardwood and stained beyond repair. A place of rest? It looks more like a place of unrest. Stop. Leave the bed cover. It could be evidence. You open the... You open... Leave this exactly as is. Move it and you ruin its potential value as evidence in a future trial. This shoe looks familiar. You notate the discovery of the shoe. The woman appears to be asleep. The woman appears to be asleep.
Hello? LAPD? Hello?
You receive no response. Notating this woman's condition will be important if this case goes to trial, Detective.
Ma'am? Ma'am, can you hear me? I'm a police officer. Ma'am?
Detective, you're not authorized or licensed. The soda is stuck to the shelf. It will not come off. Mind your manners. You haven't been invited to tea. Stop. Your action... The can is stuck to the shelf. It won't lift off. There is no liquid in the can. Any thirst you have will have to wait. Upon shaking, a skeleton key emerges from the can. Skeleton keys were originally tooled in such a way as to be master keys. It's the woman of your, in your dream. Walk this way. The door is locked. The knob won't turn, Detective. This skeleton key does not unlock the door. Walk. Detective, the skeleton key fits into... Everything has been removed from your pockets. The counters have a slimy, sticky substance covering them, Detective. What do we have here? Butane lighter. The door's locked. Beauty Net hairspray. Combining the lighter's flame with the aerosol spray produces a torch. Watch out, that thing's flaming. Yep, the air feels... Your action neutralizes your assailant.
Detective Carey, for exceptional courage and integrity, above and beyond the call of duty in the face of felonious criminal assaults on your person and the persons of others, including an ambush by criminals using fully automatic weapons, and your unwavering attention to duty in solving a series of 5 homicides, bringing to closure a period of open season on the good people of our community. It is my honor to present you with the department's highest award, the Medal of Valor. Congratulations.
Air 100. A beautiful evening over LA. The sky is clear. The ground appears quiet. We'll be heading out west.
Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and comment on this video, and click subscribe if you haven't already, as this seriously helps me to keep making great content for you. And check the description of this video to see what song is playing right now.